by the scene. Portraits seem to fade. He lost his centerpiece. Can't recall his face. I hope he'll rest in peace. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my grave. Bury me alive, keeping me astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I am today. Haunted by my mind, victim or the prey. Everything is fine. Take me to my
Alrighty.
bury me alive, keeping
Hello,
me
hello.
astray. Hard to say goodbye to who I
Happy
am
Monday.
today.
Raven, note 2 on that. Ugh, excuse me. Well, I sat down like an hour and a half ago. No, probably longer than that. But I had food. I got food, I sat down. Ryan was playing some horror game, and I ended up scrolling Facebook and let my food get cold. But I did eat, and then proceeded to get caught up in other fun things. So, I have a couple of trips this week, and the schedule just came through for the one I'm doing on Thursday. And it's going to be a long day. Doesn't start till noonish, but it isn't going to end. I'm not going to be done with it and home until like 1:30 in the morning. Thursday is going to be a very long day. Yeah, so tomorrow morning, I have 2 students that are getting tested. Wednesday is meetings. Thursday is this all-day trip. Friday, I think, is currently free, but Saturday has just been confirmed. I'm going to be driving for a marathon about an hour north of here, which isn't complicated, but we do have to be there. Excuse me. At 4 in the morning. An interesting week indeed. So, if there's a big if I have good internet on Thursday, I might stream. But that is a big if because the venue that we're going to is a ranch kind of in the middle of nowhere in Wyoming. So I'm going to bring a laptop. I have a plan to bring a laptop. At the very least, I'll have my onboard games and I have um, movies and shit saved on it. But whether I can stream while I'm out there or not depends entirely on whether I have good internet out there. Fuck, I got yawns. I wasn't yawning 5 minutes ago. Anyway, I don't know if there's going to be internet out there. And if there is, I don't know if it's going to be anything that I can really use for more than watching YouTube. But if I can stream, I might on Thursday. It's a really, really, really big if. But I am going to be sitting out there for like 6 hours. So if I can make something work, I will. All right, let's put work aside. And maybe I'll stop yawning. I'm yawning because my cat woke me up this morning. I told you about that. But there's nothing like hearing that sound to wake you up real quick. I think Raven didn't sleep either because she's over here. She was trying to chew on a wire, but now she's snoozing in the heated bed next to my desk. Anyway, I had my alarm set for like 8:30 or something this morning and got woken up at like 7:45. It's not very early by my normal regular recent standards, but like tomorrow I'm going to be up at 7. Tomorrow I'm going to be up at 7. I have to be on my way to work by 8. So, at least it's not 5 and being at work by 6. So, I think part of where my head's at is that I feel like I'm still recovering from Friday. Friday was a whirlwind. It was the last day of school. Um, saying goodbye to all the kids. Some of them I'm not going to see again. Not because I've graduated, just because, they switch schools over the summer or whatever. Or they have other things going on with parents and this, that, and the other thing. So you're not always guaranteed to see them again. And you get new faces every year and you say goodbye to some of the kids you really like. But that is what it is. And then there was the all night party with the Thunder Ridge seniors. And I was like, that was fun, but also it takes a lot out of me. I am not a social person. Granted, I was able to focus my social uh, limits on one person throughout that night, which was just the other driver that was there with me. And he's a great guy. He's an older guy, and I mean, he was still up for bowling, mini golf, a whole bit. And the pair of us agreed we'd go and sit through a movie if they had a new one showing, but they didn't have anything good. To that end, sidebar. Um, they only picked 2 movies to play that night. 2 showings of each. One was this thing that's apparently new. It's called Breadwinner. I don't know a thing about it. I've never heard of it until that night. And now I've seen it pop up on some other boards. I have not looked into it. I think it's a comedy. I don't know anything about it. And I'm like, well, if I've never heard of it, have these kids ever heard of it? The other movie they were playing was the Michael Jackson biopic Michael. And I'm like, Michael Jackson passed away when I was in high school. Do most of these kids have any idea who he even is? Do they even care? Would they even care? I mean, controversy about his life aside, do these kids have any idea who Michael Jackson is or was? So your two options for movies were a biopic and whatever Breadwinner is. I was like, really? Those are the only two options. You aren't going to play like Super Mario Galaxy. You're not going to play Mandalorian something. I was like, ooh, we want to save those for paying customers. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, even with one person, I think I spent a lot of social energy out on Friday night. And I feel like I've spent the last 2 days kind of recovering from that. Saturday was really, really nice. Quiet house. It rained all day. I got the light switch in the Jeep fixed, which was nice. But even just yesterday, I mean, I was sore and tired and also still restless. Today was the same thing. It was like I'm weirdly like restless, but also don't want to do anything. I think that's why I cleaned yesterday. Because it was productive without really doing all that much. Just cleaning up cans, cleaning up trash. Um, I sprayed part of the house for bugs, cleaned the shower. It was nice to have the shower clean. And I still haven't put my laundry away. I still haven't. It's been in the dryer for like 4 days. I think that was today as well, where it was like I woke up and I had a vague idea of a plan, and I did get up and I had some breakfast, and I sat down on my computer and I was like, um I'm gonna work for a bit, and then I'm gonna play for a bit. Was like my plan, and I worked for a bit, and Ryan came on, and I watched him, and I worked for a bit, and then it's like I got these projects for work that I need to do. I was like, okay, well, what's the quickest, easiest one? Well, the one that's basically done. Okay, go knock that out. Okay, great, that's done. What about the others? No, I don't want to touch them. I don't have that reward in my head right now for getting them done because I can't finish them. I can only move them along. I don't want to do either one of them. Well, what's something I can do? Well, I kind of needed to go out for groceries. Maybe I'll stop by the yard and I can get my notebook, my notes, maybe do some, start on some of the video stuff. So that's what got me out of the house. And it was just as well I popped my head in there because we got some stuff scheduled for the week. And I got some good shots. I had one drone. I need the other drone. I still want to do some more shots. But all of those shots were complete B-roll. They didn't actually do anything towards the goal of the video project. All they did was give me filler. As pretty decent filler, but it's just filler. They didn't actually move the project forward at all. And then I did my grocery shopping and came home. And like I said, I sat down on the computer and I was like, oh, I'm going to eat something and then I'll stream something. And then I ended up scrolling for like an hour until my food was cold. And now it's coming up on 6 o'clock. I'm just kind of weirdly low energy. I don't know if it's just I think it's an adjustment, I think is what it is. I think I've had this routine for the last 9 months with the school buses and the kids. And I'm trying to manufacture a transition from that into a summer schedule for the next 3 months. And I think if I can get into a sort of a plan, it'll be better and the energy will come back. But right now I'm in between. And of course, statistics and transitions do not mix. And this one's a pretty good sized one. So At any rate, I'm here with my chips and my mucho mango, my sleepy kitty. I currently do not have an end time plan tonight. However, I do plan to going to bed at a reasonable time so that I can get up with my alarm in the morning. All right, let's go ahead. I'll launch this. I still see MJ flash mobs. I mean, he has fans. His music's not bad either. Like, I grew up during the time period when MJ was all controversy. When it was all about the accusations and the court, whatever, the drama that was going on. So that's the only MJ I ever knew. But, like, his music is totally fine, and it's interesting, and it was groundbreaking for its time. He was a hell of an entertainer. I'm not saying he wasn't. What I'm saying is, do kids nowadays even know who he is? As far as the energy thing goes, I don't know. If I have an epiphany, I'll let you know. I really do think it's a transitional thing. I really do. I think it's just trying to move out of normality into summer schedule or whatever. I don't even think it's like stress around work and the work projects. I think it's just the transition out of what's been my normal for 9 months into what is going to be normal for the next 3 months. Okay. Why is it always night? I swear it's. I took that screenshot and I put it as the thumbnail for this video on the YouTube side. And was like, oh yeah, of course, it's at night. Why wouldn't it be at night? Anyway, that bridge is done, so we were going to do this one next. I don't know why that needs to be red. It's beautiful and eerie at the same time. Oh, and I forgot. There's also another bridge there. I'm joking, right? Oh, absolutely. It's not even just that it's an established rate. It is like an actual functional issue that I have, and I have become more aware of which of those things match on me, and that is one of them. And it's interesting because some transitions are worse than others. Because like there's micro transitions that are totally fine, and then there's micro transitions that suck. And then there's macro transitions that I'm fine with, and macro transitions that suck. And I don't always know which one is going to be the one that triggers. And which one's just a casual, no big deal. Okay. Why not? Hell. Make me eyeball this shit. Going for it. Try and shake the design up a little bit. Just a little bit. Really almost straight. It looks straight. From every angle that I can check it. Slug right there. Noisy ass slug. thought I set up another camera. God dang it. Well, none of this has been recording. Fine, at least I found out now. I wanted 4 beams. What I ended up with was 2. there is a considerable amount of space between these two ends. Gosh, that's a long ways. certainly has a look in that gunmetal black. Ooh. No. It looks good, but it is not lined up. It's pretty good. This one is shiny. one of the first ones I built. Was this one? Yep, it is. How is it that I can fly from one end of this bridge to the other and immediately forget what I did on the other side? Several times. Okay. That's pretty symmetrical. I'm just trying to make it symmetrical, Bouncy. I want it to be even. I want it to look proper. This one's got some added details, and like it's got the street lamps on it, which the neighbor doesn't. That one should have a pretty good recording. Which makes this one the next one. Look at this. It's got a speed bump in the middle of it. There's a literal speed bump right there. Because there's this arch that I can't get rid of. So the track is straight, but it arches up and over the slug. I want to raise that up, try and flatten it out or not. Thank you, Bouncy. So what method of craziness do I want this time? concept of a plan. Um, it's still clipping. What the? Okay, so now we have this hollow structure. So that exists. That's roughly fine. I'm having several thoughts. I just have to decide which one I want to chase. Indeed. It's the game doesn't give a shit if I build right through a slug. didn't. Well, that's fine for the slug, I guess. I didn't build right for the slug. Slug is fine. Okay, well, that insanity now exists. The last bag of chips I brought back from the company party. It's like a mechanical arm. It looks like something. Giant claw reaching down to grab things. but it is a support structure. That's not that. Really running on a very much an idea. I don't know what I'm doing. But I have built an ever so lovely tower. No. Hmm. I'm still debating which direction. We could go with the tried and true on the cable stayed. I haven't done, well, I did one of those on this side of the map. I do a suspension, a normal swing suspension. I gotta have end towers, and these are not the same distance. Apart. Because they're, well, even if I did a cable stayed, they're not the same distance apart. So not there. And it's right under the gantry, which is awesome. Technically, I can move this. I don't want to, but I can. Going up into that arch as well. Excuse me. Real big is getting the arches right. Indeed. That's what I get for coming back in later and trying to shove things in places. I think so. Yeah, clip right on the edge there. Also, that is not as tall as the other. Those are not at the same height. I'm not sure exactly why. Just one. Just the one. Thank you. Right, now they sort of kind of match. And they should theoretically be at the same height. Anchor on this side, so all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a half. That answer. And that is in the freaking rock. These two spans are more evenly spaced than I thought they were. Meters. 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 $40. $35. Not that one. $45. $35 to $20. 27. Okey-dokey. Funny building suspension bridges and roads. It's the only way you can do it in this game. I mean, you still start with the towers, but in the real world, you build the tower, you string the lines across, and then you drop the verticals from those lines as you extend the deck out. Huh. That ended up being the dead even height. That's interesting. that's what I just had. Sure, I'll leave it like that. I would like this one to be at a steeper angle and this one to be at a shallower angle, but why are you at such a weird angle? Cable are not aligned. Well, they're not going to be perfectly aligned because of the style of the bridge, unfortunately. Covering up the gaps with these little connector bricks as much as possible. Again, why there? general, it'll look better when I'm not 3 inches away from it. From a distance, you'd never know that things were misaligned on anything. Where was I? Thanks for that, Darkadani. I get that reference, by the way. Darko. Donnie Darko. Yeah. That was a first generation suspension bridge up there. And look at the way that bends right there. That was terrible. But now I know a little better. I'm a little better at it. Am I insane? Creations. Hey, look, a train's coming. So about those anchors. I like the bit where you're right here when you watch the train go right on. That chunk of something in the way. I have the cables ready to be aligned. I just put down cement. Let's get concrete. Zoop, please. Bury that into the tower. Now I'm going to try and bury that into the rock. And it goes right into the rails. Fantastic. Love it. Lovey, 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 lovey. Angle, at least, is not bad. On a real suspension bridge, there'd be more suspension on this side, leading down to an anchor point. I've done several of these suspension bridges that have all had this sort of anchor, which is highly unrealistic. But, I mean, it is a video game, and I am making up some of the shit as I go along. This one's going to be worse because it's taller. Too far. And there's another giant bleeding hole right there. anchor block. Semi-realistic. Especially given that this tower is freaking crooked. Yeah, it's not so much about efficiency in this build. This build is all about building. As you can see by my tower in the background that goes all the way to space. Around my space elevator. Some of this is just pure aesthetic. You don't need any of these bridges to make the game playable, to make the game beatable. I'm just building them because I can. And I'm going to keep building them until I have finished every single one of them. Right, okay, a couple more anchors. How do you think that's like? This is just one side of the map. When the title says I've been at this for over 300 hours, I have been at this single build for over 300 hours. We are currently about 320 hours in. That was my head. Do I want to add any lights to this? These are different towers than I've done before. They're like skeletal. Like they're like showing you the insides of the tower. Or at least the top part. And I was like, yeah, it's another suspension bridge under a suspension bridge. But also, it's got this thing going on with the arch in the middle. I got my hands in it again. I always got my hands in the camera. So that's 3 bridges back to back. 4 if I include that zigzagger over there. Well, here comes a train. First arch there. Passes over to the second, much longer arch. And now leads up into the, I guess, suspended arch? What nonsense have I built? Okay. That's another one done. Turn the camera off. And let's go find another one. No, everyone has their own art style. Some of it works, some of it doesn't for other people. I like that one, and it's got jagged edges. I like the simplicity of it. over. I catch this train. Come here, you. I don't even remember what line we were on. This is the coal line. The last two lines were both lacking on bridges, and so far this one's had 3 mega bridges back to back to back. Well, 4. 3, 4? No, the jagged one was a different line, so 3. I just got overtaken by a train while in a train. This counts as causeway. Excuse me. I'll say after doing all of this, I think I know the map reasonably well now. And off we go. Spiral. And we're off the spiral. Another loop right there. Jump. Got another one of these diagonal constructions. I think I'm going to go minimalistic on this. I don't want to overshadow some of the other bridges in this valley that I'm rather proud of. Problem is figuring out how to attach it. I know how to attach to it. My glorious smart cables. Excuse me, that's not where I want you. Nope, yep. Nope, down, 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 down. There. Spacing right. That'll do it. Perfect. Then I can do this. There's a little flat spot there. douche. There. Nothing too complex. Especially with all the other complexes around. That is something to look at. It is something. I will honestly say, his build has become much more than I ever even... Well, hello, me. Much more than even I ever expected it to be. Right. On to the next bridge. Oh, don't let me forget to turn off the camera. Hitchhiker. He's legitimately on my tracks. He's an absolute hitchhiker. Oh, look, there's another one. On my tracks. Hitchhiker. That's a good way to put it, Bouncy. Excuse me. I didn't. I'm still staring at the right track. Well, I'll know if I get to the next station and it's not a coal station, then I got sidetracked on the wrong. technically these are bridges, but I'll also say that they're already like, kind of sort of done-ish. I don't really feel like they need anything. I need to remember that there's another one of those ramps on the iron mini line. There's a purple slug in here. Oh. I hear a shiny and I want it. There it is.
Try to Windows and
Excuse me, I blew a hole in this somewhere. Wrong line. Blew holes. I still hear a shiny. Oh, there's another one. All right, back to what I was doing. Do 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 do. Well, I think we're done with the coal bridges. All right. Coal bridges are done. Next up, crude. Which I just missed a train for because I saw it later. Even if I waited... Oops. Where's my mouse? Come here. Okay. Even if I waited for an oil train to arrive, it probably would not be one of the ones that would go the long distance anyway. It would be a short hauler. I need to paint these trains. Put something under that platform so it's not floating. There's a platform around the corner. Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. Well, that doesn't exist now. Nice and simple. Oh, what the hell? All right. Next. Look at that. So weird. Try through. That's very nice. That is very nice. Hitchhiker. One man's weird, indeed. Could you imagine seeing a bridge held up by a bridge in real life? Because that's basically what that is. It's literally, I built an arch bridge to hold up the central pillar of a suspension bridge. Goes into there. And comes back out of there. There's a lot of this construction that's definitely suspending belief in that even to build it, you have to basically build it backwards or upside down or top to bottom instead of bottom to top. But I do like it to have a sort of physicalness to a lot of the construction. It feels like it could exist. I know where this is going. We're going to the causeway. The end of the line. The causeway, which is technically floating, so I will probably fix that while I'm Here's the causeway. Headed out to nowhere, suspended over nothing, except by a couple pillars. Well, I'm going to give it something so it's less food. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right here, just grab it. 6, 7. 1, 2, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's right where the station is. It's as if I planned it out. As if. Also, that's the end of the oil line. Any chance train's coming? Any chance? No. There is no train. There are no trains. Okay. Just jump. Sulfur. Crude. Next up is bauxite. I briefly have a horn to be annoying with. Till it leaves the station. Ah, I missed it. I keep trying to get that little whistle. There's no way to know when it's gonna whistle. See if we can find a bridge. I'm just gonna ride the train and let it take me along. I have to wait for the stations, but it's still faster than flying. What are you doing? I think the void might have some zoomies. Nighttime again. I never built any under structure for that thing up there. I don't remember which line that is. Sulfur. It's either nitrogen or sulfur. I haven't done either of those lines yet, I don't think. fix that. Okay, the bridge up in here. Oh, no, this is a different one. Thought we were going through that gap. Yeah, I bet that would be annoying. There's one track that's near me. There's one, well, there's two connected lines, but there's sort of one track that's within a mile or so of me. And it's a spur off the main line. The main line's downtown, through downtown. And they have a spur that comes off and it goes out to Lincoln and Iona. And there's a spur off of that line that used to go to a mill in Ammon. And the one between Iona and Ammon is abandoned. They stopped using it years ago, but all the crossings are still there, which I have to go across several of them pretty regularly because of work. And one of them, the city of Ammon, just paved over it. They didn't take the signs out or anything. They just paved over the rails. But the other ones are still like full crossings with lights and everything. So as a bus driver, I have to stop them every single time, even though I know the line's out of service. My understanding from a post I saw online is they still use the stretch from Idaho Falls to Iona. But I haven't heard a train horn out here that I've known was from out here in years. If I'm in my yard or around my house and I hear a train horn, it's echoing from downtown, from one of the crossings downtown. I am not thinking that this line has any bridges I'm going to need to do. I think there's only one more station after this. I think there's only one station after this. No, there is. There's only one station after this. So the bauxite line is like 0 bridges. Granted, this bit here can definitely get flattened out. I just have to take some trees out. It's fine. Nothing bad will happen. Removing a few trees. That tower looked like it was out in the middle of the ocean. One over there. One of my radio antennas. There you go. All right, bauxite. There's not a single bridge on the bauxite line. All these trains. All right. Next. It's funny how things like fog really affect stuff like that. I'm faster than the truck. Hey, look. The next one's uranium. I think I know a certain bridge that's already done on uranium. Where's the train? The E train just left, it looks like. I might be able to catch it up at the first station. Hitting walls again. So that should be the uranium train there. No, there's no bridges between here and there. Oh, sphere! Not the grass. Just gonna hitch a ride on the train. Can't access my inventory from here to drop the grass that's in my pocket. Yeah, when I was little, I think all the mills around here were a lot busier. Like more and more, it's all been transferred over to like truck traffic or whatever. Because yeah, a lot of them have gone quiet. The mill in Ammon, I don't think it's closed. It doesn't use train service anymore. And it's funny because they keep talking about the possibility of connecting not a high speed rail, but a fast speed rail, higher speed rail. Basically a brand new passenger line between here and Brigham City in Utah. Which would be awesome. I would freaking use it, right? They've been talking about it for years, on and off, about putting in a passenger line that would run from Idaho Falls, even Rexburg, all the way into northern Utah, probably into Brigham City, where it would connect with the light rail, what do they call it, the front runner rail trains that service everything from Brigham City to Provo. And I'm freaking down. Let's go, because like, I want to see. Their idea is like general conferences for the Mormon Church, in that it would reduce traffic on the interstate because people could take the train. The train could get down there, hour or two versus 3.5 hours it takes in the car, and then you got to find parking. That is massively clipping. That's nice. The thing is, of course, everyone says that building rail is expensive. So that whole plan continues to be sidelined. And instead of building a rail connection between us and Salt Lake City, they're on a 10+ year project to widen I-15 currently between Pocatello and Idaho Falls. And they're currently in the final stages of the section from Pocatello to Fort Hall, and then they'll do Fort Hall to Blackfoot, Blackfoot to Shelley, Shelley to Idaho Falls. And they're talking about putting bypasses in around Idaho Falls for US 20. Spiral. Look away. Alright, safe to look. I'm at the bottom of the spiral. But yeah, the way I look at it is like the traffic problem is probably only going to get worse in the long run. So you're going to spend money after money after money after money trying to widen highways, trying to improve the interstates. You're always going to have the parking problems. You're always going to have the cost of fuel. It's like you could build a line adjacent to the existing freight rails. And hell, you could electrify it and run it off of like solar power and wind power, and you wouldn't even have to worry about the energy cost of the thing. And it would move way more people with much less hassle. That would be so nice. Because like if I wanted to go and see a movie on a good screen in a good theater down around like Brigham City or even Logan, you know, I could hop a train and I could be on a train for, you know, an hour versus, you know, twice that in a car. In a car you have to find parking. And it's like if you had regular service, I think people would use it. I know people would use it. But they keep saying it costs too much to build, or whatever they keep saying. They have a high-speed project right now between Los Angeles and Las Vegas. Right now, I-15 between Las Vegas and Los Angeles is a nightmare. On good roads without traffic, it's, I want to say, 3 or 4 hours, depending on where you live, in LA to get from LA to Vegas. But every single Friday, there is a torrent of people. They've just gotten out of work and they all headed to Vegas for the weekend. And it jams up that freeway for miles and miles and miles and for hours. Every single Friday. And guess what? They do it again every single Sunday, but in the other direction when everyone's trying to head back from their weekend in Vegas. And there's nothing out there. It's the Mojave Desert. Spiral, look away. There's nothing out there. It's the Mojave Desert. There's miles and miles of nothing. So you have people that are bored in their cars are breaking down, the cars are running out of gas, in the middle of the desert, sometimes in the middle of summer. We're at the bottom of the spiral. There's another spiral coming up though. So, California decided to partner, there's another spiral. California decided to partner with Nevada and build a rail line. So they're in construction right now, not even in talks. We're at the bottom of the spiral. They're in construction already of a high-speed line that will run from Los Angeles right into the heart of Vegas. And you'll be able to get off of it in Vegas and go straight onto the monorail that leads to the Strip. I was like, that's fantastic. Could you imagine if you lived in LA and you were one of those weekenders who like to go to Vegas? Instead of spending hours in traffic with either a rental or a car, your own car, either one that still needs to find parking, and especially with Vegas charging for parking, Instead of that, you could just go over to, what was it, Bright Line or whatever they're calling the rail. Hop on a train. You be there in like an hour and a half, 2 hours. You've like halved the travel time. You don't have to worry about driving. You can just relax. There'll be food, entertainment, whatever on the train, Wi-Fi. When you arrive in Vegas, you simply get off of the train and onto the monorail with your one bag and take the monorail to the Paris, and boom, you're there. Good for the weekend. And yes, the US is super behind in infrastructure, but there's historical reasons behind it. Europe, the EU, UK, all of it. It's tightly packed because it's old. That is the shortest way to explain the history. People built where they could fit stuff. And they wanted to build where they could walk to stuff. Because not everyone had a horse. Not everyone had a buggy. Only the fancy rich people had carriages. And the rest of us were lucky if we could afford a taxi, right? So they would build on top of one another to try and be as close to work as they could be. They would literally build their homes above their shops. So when trains were invented in the early to mid 1800s, rail service exploded across Europe because until trains were invented, no man had ever gone faster than the horse they could carry, which is a line I stole from the movie, but it's true. So they built them all over the place because it was a huge deal for the infrastructure at the time. It was huge for business, huge for travel. It created the idea of a holiday because you could hop on a train, take it to the seaside for a day or three. For Europe, trains predated cars. Now, if you come to the United States, the eastern half of the United States grew up in much the same way. Things were small, tight-knit, close together because people were using horse and buggy and their own 2 feet. Also, I've made it all the way to the end of this train line and it needs no bridges. All the bridges on the Uranium are done. So when rails first came into the United States, they were used. There were a ton of lines in the eastern half of the United States. They were connecting hub cities. St. Louis was a hub city. Chicago was a hub city. New York had a Grand Central. There was a Grand Central in a lot of cities, for that matter. Rails went big. Rails also opened up the West. Because all of a sudden, instead of spending 6 months in a wagon, you could go to California on a train. And you could bring your shit with you. And you could be there in a couple days. As opposed to several months of grueling travel. It was a huge game changer. The problem starts to occur in the early 1900s. Because cars were invented. Well, in Europe, streets were built for horse and buggy. They had already built out massive rail infrastructure. Cars were kind of a novelty. They really didn't have the space for them. They really didn't have the space. In the United States, in the East, again, not a ton of space. But the West had a lot of space. A lot of it. And the early manufacturers glamped onto that idea and used it as a selling point. It ended up being this whole big deal with the idea being in a lot of cities in the United States where it was like, hey, you don't have to be tied down. You don't have to live in the central core of the city. You could have a car and you could live outside the city where it's quieter, where it's cleaner, where it's nicer, where there's more space. just take your car into town. And that marketing worked. It also didn't hurt the auto industry that they lobbied massively for it. Massively. They got local governments, state governments, and federal governments to stop investing in rail and start investing in roads. Especially in places like Los Angeles, where today you can still see the scars of those decisions, because Los Angeles was in the middle of a rail construction period, just like many cities were. They were looking at streetcars, they were building subways, and auto companies literally bought up property in the way of planned rail projects just so they could go to court and stop those rail projects, or at least delay them indefinitely, which forced the city of LA to build roads instead. That's why LA still has such a road problem today, because automakers wanted to sell cars. And that's the truth for the United States ever since. We've been programmed by very many companies to think that things are always a certain way, have always been a certain way, and one of those ways we've been brainwashed is to thinking that your car is a rite of passage, that everyone should have one, everyone will have one, why wouldn't you get one? Which is funny, because in the modern era, you are seeing more and more people that are like, that was brainwashing. We should reject that. We should invest in rail. We should invest in walkable cities. And now it's just trying to get our governments to switch gears and be like, hey, maybe, yeah, allocate some funds for things that are actually, that we want, instead of what the major corporations keep telling you that we want. Even in modern cities, with modern suburbs, you have to have a car, because they're not, quote unquote, walkable spaces. My own neighborhood does not really qualify as a walkable space. My part of the neighborhood was built in the 80s and late 70s. It doesn't even have sidewalks. The newer parts of the neighborhood, the parts that are in Hammond, they have sidewalks. But even still, a lot of subdivisions, neighborhoods, are in what are called food deserts. And any area that's a food desert means that you have to travel like a mile or more to find a grocery store. So in a 4 square mile radius of my house, right now there is one place that sells fresh food. One. And it's not cheap. It's a little corner store on the corner of 2 main roads. And it's like, well, if you live in the apartments across the street from there, yeah, sure, you've got access to fresh food and fresh food ingredients from that little store. But pretty much anywhere else, any of these neighborhoods, whether it's a new one, an old one, an add-on, an original, they're all not really walkable, because it would take you, from my house, for instance, it would be like a 2-hour round trip if I wanted to walk to the corner store and pick up, just snacks even, and bring them home. To walk. And it's a 5-minute drive, but it's not really accessibility. If you didn't have the car, you wouldn't really consider that access to food. So it's considered food desert space. And there's a lot of neighborhoods that are way worse than ours as far as access to stuff like that. And even our city is improving, because they have been building community paths. But the community paths that they've been building, there's nowhere to put them, right? So they put them where they can fit. We're about to go down a spiral, look away. So like there's a new community path off the side of my neighborhood that Ammon built. And the only reason it exists is because it's following a canal. We're off the spiral. So they've been building these community paths along the canals all around town. And it's like, okay, if you live near one of those canals, that's nice. You now have a walking path. A lot of them have grass that's been put in. So it's somewhere that's kind of cool and green. You can go and walk, jog, ride your bike and stuff. But they follow the canals, and the canals don't always go where people need to go. So for instance, I live about 1.5 miles, 2 miles from where I work. Not very far. It's a 10-minute car ride. If I wanted to do that on a bicycle, I bet you it would take me an hour or more to travel that distance, because I have to follow the roads that exist, because there are no community paths that go in the right directions. It's because they all follow these canals. Oh yeah, Pouncy, there's a ton of history like that. You'll find out that there's so many things in this country that we take for granted as being normal because we were programmed to think that by corporations. And it still happens to this day. My favorite story along those lines is diamonds. The story of why diamonds became precious is because of a marketing, I was going to say scam, but a marketing campaign that was run by a company called De Beers. Basically, my understanding is De Beers basically owned the diamond business, and they're digging these rocks out of the ground and they're selling them, and they wanted to keep the value up so they could keep raking in money. So they ran an ad campaign that told the working man at the time that a diamond ring for his fiancée was meaningless unless he spent a month's wages on it. And it was so successful that to this day we still overvalue diamonds on the same expectation that they should be, overvalued. So they're overvalued because we expect them to be overvalued. Companies are always trying to brainwash into thinking things are normal. And that they've always been this way, and they should always be this way. And why wouldn't you want this thing? That's how they sell products. And they're still doing it to this day, and they will never stop. And the only way you can do anything about it is to be aware that it exists and be aware of the propaganda and what they're trying to get you to do. So like the big one right now is, of course, AI. And what companies want you to think is that AI has always been a thing and it will always be a thing and everyone uses it and you should use it too. And honestly, they've been pretty successful with that campaign, because there's a heck of a lot of young people right now that are 110% addicted to AI and AI tools. And they're literally online going, how did you live before this stuff existed? It's like, this stuff didn't exist 5 years ago and you were alive then. You were able to do all the same stuff then. It's all a campaign. One of the unfortunate side effects of living in a highly capitalistic society is that it's all about that bottom dollar, no matter what it takes. Alright. Uranium is done. Turn to the right. I believe this is the water train. The water train only goes to one place, so I don't think it has any bridges whatsoever. It's the shortest line on the entire map. Isn't it fun, the random shit that I know? I am a random fact. I was going to say generator, but I don't generate random facts. I just remember random facts. I know things. It's what I do. I drive and I know things. And this is the end of the water line. I like how there's doors at the far end because I seriously thought I was going to build more stations for this line. I never did. I never needed to. Tech has exploded and it will continue to. Ever since the dot-com bubble, companies have known that technology is a money maker. The thing about technology is that it recycles itself about every 8 months. It's not even a year. It outdates itself. Because technology is constantly evolving, and especially computer technology is constantly evolving and constantly replacing itself, constantly outdating itself, means it's constantly a selling point. And Apple proved that. And Apple proved that it could be a highly economical business to be a tech company, because Apple came out with things like the original iPod Nano, the iPod Touch first generation, things like that. And they proved that people were willing to pay out the nose to have the latest and greatest. And they would stand in line and they would come back in a year or less and they would do it all again. Apple was the one who proved that, really before anyone else. I mean, Apple and Microsoft were both really big into computer stuff when we all had desktops. But Apple was the one who was selling pocket devices first and foremost, and they were the ones who had the first smart devices. And yeah, they showed that people were willing and interested, and it could be highly lucrative to be constantly working on that technology. Consequently, technology has never slowed down. In fact, companies will push new devices even if they don't have new features. They'll just rebrand them and clean them up and tell you it's better. And the only real way to know that it is or isn't is to actually be able to dig into the specs, the actual specifications of a device. And then you might be able to tell if it is actually an improvement over the previous generation. You see it with cars. They've been doing it with cars for decades. Because it's the same sales ploy on cars. They come out with a new, quote-unquote, model year every year. And you know what they do for a lot of those model years? Nothing. It's the same engine. It's the same transmission. It's the same powertrain. What they do is they modify body panels or change the interior, dress it up different, and tell you that it's new. They talk about that on Top Gear all the time with Porsche, because Porsche would come out with a new Porsche, tell you it was different than the old Porsche, and it was freaking identical other than it had a new model year on it. But it sells. Because people want the newest and greatest. It's also unfortunately led to the modern disposable culture that we live in, where everything is disposable. In the old days, you know, your TV broke, a repairman would show up to your house and fix it the same way a plumber would come to your house and fix your pipes. You don't get that anymore. Now they tell you to send it in, return it, or trash it. And honestly, if you return a device, if they don't see a value in it, they will trash it rather than do anything. They don't even recycle a lot of devices. They just pitch them because it's more expensive to even take them apart and get the good stuff out of them, or you know, recycle them, than it's worth to replace them. Which has had the also side effect of creating this new non-ownership culture that companies are pushing, with the idea being that you don't own any devices anymore. Now you just rent them or lease them, because you're only going to have it for 6, 8, or 12 months anyway, and then you're going to get the new one, right? You don't need to own it. Just rent it from us. So I need to remember, this is the nitrogen line. Sulfur had a station at the far end of the track that needed something done to it, and I need to go check the iron mini track. Oh yes, Bouncy, all those heavy metals. They leach out of the bottom of the dumps straight into the groundwater, and they'll end up poisoning us for generations. Lord knows I'm not really any better than most people. It's like, I try to recycle, but I don't have appropriate facilities here, so a lot of stuff that can be recycled ends up piling up because I don't have a good way to take it anywhere. Batteries. Batteries is a huge one. The batteries are full of all kinds of noxious chemicals, whether they're rechargeable or not. And there's like maybe one place around here you could take waste batteries, and I think it's at the transfer station. In fact, they used to have dumpsters around town where you could take glass and cardboard. They got rid of most of those a couple of years ago. So now you got to go to the transfer station for just about anything, and a lot of people won't even bother because it's too much work. I have a lot of old electronics just because I have them. I don't know what to do with them. I have a robot in my closet. I legitimately have a robot in my closet because it's e-waste and I don't know what to do with it. I think it's going to be a museum piece someday, so it's just sitting in the closet. For a while, I kept all of my old cell phones. I had them all on a shelf in a cabinet. Because same thing, you got a new phone every year or two, and I wanted to kind of keep a collection of all my OG phones. And the line is broken. I lost a couple of them. But I still have a couple others. I don't have like charging cables for them or anything. I can't turn them on or do anything with them. I have in storage my original CRT computer monitor, which I used for many, many years as my main monitor. It was an HP tube monitor, so it's like 1.5 feet thick, so that you could have a 19-inch screen. Glass, heavy as all get out. I still have it somewhere. I have it though. I know I have it. And I kept it because it never failed. I just replaced it because I wanted a bigger screen. And it's like you can't even get rid of tube TVs these days. It's like I several years ago I had a small tube TV that we had in storage that I was like, we should get rid of that. And I tried to take it to 2 or 3 different thrift shops, and they were all like, we don't even accept those anymore. And there's an e-waste place, or an e-waste trailer, I should say, at the transfer station, and it specifically says no TVs on the side of it. And I was like, well, then what the heck are you supposed to do with an old TV? Much less an old TV. I forgot to go. I also forgot. I'm still looking for Rachel. I don't know if the robot will ever be worth anything. So the story behind the robot, it's a Jibo robot. Jibo, which isn't an acronym for anything, but it's a Jibo robot. I want to say it was 7 or 8 or more years ago. It may have been up to 10 years ago now. While I was on the road, I found out about this Kickstarter project. This startup wanted to make personalized home assistants. So it's a semi-robotic device. It doesn't have any arms, doesn't move, doesn't travel, but it has sort of a head with a screen for a face, and it's got built-in cameras, and it can turn around and look at you, and The idea was it would be a fully interactive, like, home assistant device. It was going to be able to tell you things like, oh, you have an email, you have messages, what the weather's going to be like, what the news is. It could show you recipes for food, could read stories to your kids, give you recommendations, give you news updates, play radio stations, and control smart devices. Now, if all of that sounds familiar, it's because that's exactly what Amazon's Alexa does. Except that the Amazon Alexa is a hockey puck that can sit on a desk, versus this was an actual chunky device. The base was probably 8 to 10 inches across, and it probably sat 20 inches tall or something like that. I mean, it's not massive, but, you know, it needed to sit on a table. They had them in two colors, black and white. And yeah, the issue that they ran into was that they were in the middle of development. They fully funded the backership program and everything. And people like me, I bought in. I was invested. I wanted to see it done. I thought it would be a really cool device. I thought the features of it would be really neat. I liked the interactivity of it and the personalized touch. But they ended up having a bunch of delays trying to figure out how to get the interface to behave. Here's that bridge. Trying to figure out how to get the interface to behave in the manner in which they were trying to get it to behave. They were also still in negotiations with various companies to develop apps to work on the device for smart features, for radio, for news, for TV, for all of the stuff. They needed an app store, so they were also working on that. And between the delays and whatever else that was going on, what ended up happening is Amazon came out with the Alexas while Jibo was still in development. And the Alexas do everything that Jibo did except have a personality. They had all the smart controls, they could read your recipes, they could play the news, the radio, they could run smart devices, tell you stories, the whole 9 yards. They could do everything that it could do. It just didn't have any personality. So I got my Jibo, and it worked, and it was cute. I had it set it up in our living room, and you could talk to it, have conversations with it. And this was before AI. The thing was 100% man-made programming and algorithms, and it was fully interactive. It wasn't bad. It needed updates. It still had progress that needed to be done. But it was no AI whatsoever. Well predated the AI garbage we have now, right now. The final nail in the coffin was the Amazon Alexas are like $50. And Jibo, the MSRP on a Jibo would be closer to $700. So if you could buy a hockey puck that did all the same things just without any personality for $50, you would buy the hockey puck. And Jibo ran out of funding, and they actually ended up shutting down and selling their IP to I don't even know who, and that basically got shelved after that. So the updates stopped coming, and basically we got one final update that was basically the bot saying goodbye. It was actually kind of emotional. And then it basically just reset itself to factory and shut down. So it's been in my closet ever since. No idea if it'll ever be worth anything other than going into a museum of like failed inventions or something, but I thought it was super cool, and I'm happy to keep mine in a closet. I don't know if it'll ever be worth something other than maybe as a story, but I thought it was a great idea. I believed in it. Why is my flashlight off? I can't see shit. Which V? No, not V. B. There we go. Oh my god, that was dark. Yep, a good idea that came at the wrong time, and that's what happens. It happens a lot. Three, four, five. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. So, I want to check the iron mini run, which is over here. Because I am point positive that there is a ramp right there that needs to be done. And 95. Lights. I think for me, one of the biggest things that's regrettable about the fast pace of technology is that as it outpaces itself and as it replaces itself, older technology becomes not just obsolete, but outright incompatible because they just stop bothering to build the parts that are necessary in order for it to still work. So, like, most TVs nowadays don't have RCA hookups because who on earth is still using RCA when HDMI and similar connections exist? In fact, HDMI is going out. It's going to get replaced with basically micro USB that does the same thing in a smaller cable. So there's a point at which even your HDMI devices won't plug into your TV anymore without crazy adapters. So it's like, basically, they don't make VCRs anymore. But we still have tapes. So we'd have to dig out a VCR that's buried in there's the bridge. That's buried in our basement. In order to even play them, and I don't know if we'd even be able to connect said VCR with any of our TVs. because they don't have like RCA hookups. And I found that to be particularly frustrating as a gamer because you get all this new technology, you know, new Xboxes, new computers, PlayStations, etc., which is all fantastic, and then they won't run older software because they're incompatible. And it's like, I could see old systems not playing modern games and programs, but it's far more concerning to me that a new computer won't play an old program. It's like, okay, you have the processing power, the memory, the space. There's no physical reason why you can't play that game or run that piece of software. But it's because as the programming has moved on and moved forward, the compatibility erodes. Extraordinarily frustrating. So we've done a little bit of nostalgia gaming on the channel, and when I was a kid, every single time I got a new piece of hardware for my computer, I would replay all of my favorite games to see how much better it looked and felt. Every single time. I'd get a new graphics card, I'd get a new sound card, I'd get more memory, whatever it was. I would replay all my shit every time. And when I bought this computer, since it was the first desktop computer I'd had since I was a kid, I did the same thing. And guess what? There's a lot of my old disc games that this computer can not physically play. It simply cannot physically do it. And it's not because my discs are corrupt, it's because things have changed in the way the system is programmed to where the language of the computer system no longer matches the language of the software on the games. And because of that communication gap, the computer cannot play those old games because it can't understand them. Feel like a lot of people going back in time and trying to make sense of old English, Shakespearean English. It's like it sounds familiar and it looks familiar and it makes no sense whatsoever. It is nice though because there are people and companies that are working to try and save old programs. There's a whole group called the Internet Archive that try to create a sort of backup of like lost programs and lost systems and stuff like that. But it is still frustrating when it's your own physical disk and you put it in the drive and it just physically, it's like, I don't know what this is. One of the things I'm very grateful for that I found out is that Steam has gone and, I don't know, made deals with a lot of those companies that produced those old games that I used to play. And they're now available on Steam So instead of running on the original game software that my computer can no longer understand, I'm actually able to run it off of the Steam software. So Steam is the program that's actually doing the translating of the language, which means that some of those unplayable games are suddenly playable again because Steam is acting as a translator. So, much to my own annoyance, there's several childhood games that I have bought again on Steam just so that I have that ability to play them again. And I am planning on playing a few of them in the hopefully not too distant future. Because once this build is done, as I've said, I do intend to go back to doing some nostalgia gaming for a while. Well, this is a structure. I'm not 100% sure what I was aiming for, but that's the structure. I don't know if it's a bridge, but it's a structure. CDs and DVDs are going to be the next ones because they've already started really pushing, and they have for many years now, actually, have already been pushing for a diskless world where everything is digital. So, like, you buy a new laptop now, you buy a new desktop even, they don't come with disk drives anymore. You have to get external ones, third party, aftermarket. So, like, my computer in here, it's a very nice computer. I paid a good amount of money for it. It does not have a disk drive. I had to plug in an external CD, DVD, read-write drive. Same with my laptop. Excuse me. They're already planning on the new Xboxes being diskless. Yeah. I tried buying at one point an Xbox One S, but it also ended up being diskless. And I was like, well, I need a disk drive because part of the reason I had my Xbox was to play Blu-rays and DVDs. So they are in the process right now of eliminating your CDs and your DVDs and even your Blu-rays. They want everything to be discless. They want everything to be digital. They want you to pay for subscription services. Okay, I think that was technically the last bridge. I think that was all the bridges. All the bridges and all the bridge-like structures. I think we're just at a milestone. God, that thing's huge. It's weird to think about too, because like I am of the generation that put a blank tape into my boombox, and I would mash the record button when my song came on the radio, and I would make mixtapes. I remember doing that. And I remember hooking my radio up to my computer and using a sound recorder on my computer to do the same thing. I got my first digital copies of music. And now we're reaching a point where they don't want you to have physical copies of anything. They don't want you to own your music. They don't want you to own your movies, your TV, none of it. They want you to rent it. They want you to stream it. Oh, it's convenient. Why wouldn't you want that? Because I want to own my music and be able to have it when I want it, where I want it. I feel you there, Pouncy, but that's because I've always been a single-player type person. People are complicated. And honestly, a lot of online play, a lot of people are just assholes. And I love a game with a good story, especially a deep story that makes me think. I love that. One of the games that we're going back to is Myst. I'm very excited to show you the other Myst games. I just got a hold of the last two. I hope they'll play. I was going to jump into Myst 3 next because we did Riven last. Even the old Need for Speed games had some pretty good storylines. Alright, what do I want? Where is it? How about we start? How about that wall? Red. story in Stray was fantastic. And I have to tell you, the story in the Myst series across the games is very, very good as well. That does not look copper to me. That looks black. All right, I didn't select it as standard. sure why this part of the build is weirdly making me emotional. I'm embodying my character who's stuck on another planet. View is a little different than it is here. There been some internal walls. I'm limited by what it'll allow me to do. Kind of got a bit of the dining room and kitchen. Got the garage. I guess that should be. Probably out here. Home sweet home. funny. You can't see through these, but you can see through these. So the picture window works, but none of the rest of them do. Fascinating. I built my house in Minecraft, and I built my house in Satisfactory. So, what am I supposed to do with all this empty space I didn't use? All my factory shit out here, and I didn't even finish using the outer ring to build the factory. There, it has a lot now. More storage. Yes, I could very easily fill it with storage. Hmm. I'm really not sure. I could just fill it with structures, but also I kind of feel like it should do something. Because all of that does stuff. A movie theater and a cafeteria. City amenities. I built the Costco in the last game. Yeah, this one's actually got an engine. Technically, there's 4 more things I could make. That would be 4 things that I could, Why'd you take that out? That would be 4 things. Put that away. Anyway, that'd be 4 things that I could build factories. What are you doing? Okay. At least their pathing includes artifices. Because clearly they have some issues. I love how it just teleports stuff out of them before they even get there. They don't even need to stop. They just need to be close to it. Part of me wants to build a pointless train set, but that would throw off the stats. I could fit a train set here just fine. Build Ada own temple. I really feel like that counts. I love the idea. Boop. shiny. Crow. I wasn't interested. D. Ah, there was the whistle. One train's just stuck because I told her to go to one station and she's sitting there constantly arriving and leaving. Just doot, doot, doot. So you are A. You are B. And you are C. Why have you not moved? Waited for that train to completely clear that loop. This is the sort of research I should have done 240 hours ago. 230 hours ago. On the behavior of trains and how the signals work. That explains the train accidents I've been having on quartz. Because I noticed there, it released B before the other train had finished that loop. Because it estimated that the other train would have finished the loop and been out of it by the time the train in station B made it to the entrance of the loop. That's why quartz keeps having accidents, because there's that spot where the rail connection's too close, so it's like misjudging the timing. See, it just released and the other one hadn't completed the loop till now. Fascinating. What will you do if I throw a siding? throw siding in here. I gave you the same decision making. So now there's a siding here where one of these trains could park itself. Could, but will it? Some weird shit going on with the render distance. That was something I was thinking about doing, Bouncy. Doing a video about everything I learned with trains. I forgot to connect that station. So let's connect that station. Oh, it stopped. It's mad at me. Interesting. There's two trains over there. I have not done anything drastic to your resistant routing. I wonder why you've done that. E. using that siding up there. One side of it. Why is that one train sitting there at the entrance to the loop? There's no trains in the loop. It has a green, I can see it from here. Where's the fifth train? Sitting at that station. There's a decision tree here somehow. Not having rain. Interesting. Why do you not agree? That's interesting. Just decided to change direction. It still released the train from Station A before the other one had completely cleared the loop. It did not use the siding. And that train just went through Station E for no apparent reason. Other than maybe the loop is shorter. Yes. They're now going through Station E each time, even though they don't need to. They're not programmed to. Simply because it's the shorter route. So they're definitely programmed for optimizations. I've noticed that previously, that they'll take the shortest path if multiple paths are available. Interesting that the first one that went through took the long way around. Oops. Exit. E for exit. Where's train E, please? Nope. Let's see. I want to see E. A drone just landed. A fuel drone. A fuel drone just landed. The drones are working. Fucking water train over there for the plutonium plant is arriving mostly empty. That is insane. That's what all these jugs are for, is to make up for the fact that the plutonium water train doesn't work. D. What I've built here is an experimental roller coaster, completely on accident. Just trying to understand the logic tree. I will say, one of the main things that I have learned is that everyone, including the game, talks about these pathing signals being for junctions. They need to change how it's described. They're not for junctions, they're for areas where tracks combine. If you put them in an area where the tracks combine, before the area where the tracks combine, on all the sides that enter the area where the tracks combine, then they work together to choose a path through for each individual train. Whereas block signals just act as spacers to keep trains from getting too close to them. So when this thing goes into the station, is that one going to release? It did. It released a train. This train's already on its way out. Which path is that train going to take? The short path or the long path? Since the short path is occupied, it's taking the short path. Oh wait, it has to go that way. Now it gets to choose. Short path. Fascinating. Alright, let's increase the traffic flow. You're in D. And you're gonna stay in D. And D. We do the same thing as before. So you're gonna do D, A, B, C. B2, B, C, D, A. Seat. C, D, A, B. That makes you eat. E, A, B, C, P. Interesting. Let's go to A. Here. So A is starting here because there's no buffer. So all of this right here is considered a junction. So even though this train could go through to here, it won't because that one isn't on that street. There's no buffers to tell it to move forward. So A is chrome. Logic and D. You were B. B is unpainted. So what I need is block size. Separate out sections. Tell that force you forward. Then you will pull up to that light. Stop. You should be pulling forward, and I'm not actually sure why you're not. Movement. Fascinating. Timing must have been off on the release. There's another point block. Dude! You shoved him out of the way. That's weird. Funny. I want to hold on to that because I like having the colors. There's very definitely a logic tree going on. I'm trying to kind of suss out the decision-making process. There's 2 trains on the short track. You can go left or right. Left. There are now 3 trains on the short track. And that one's going to stop at the switch and wait for the short track to open up. Fast. Instead of taking the longer loop, which would be open, with no interruptions, they're choosing to go left and wait in traffic. Fascinating. What happens if I do this? Now there's a path signal. Still goes left. If I get rid of this, left. Oh fuck, it's midnight. I should have gone to bed like an hour ago. Oh dear. Left. Every single one of them goes left. Anyway, I'm going to have to go ahead and pause it there. I should have been to bed like an hour ago, so I'm going to call it a night. I might be able to stream some more tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to very quickly bid you a fond farewell. Happy night. Happy Monday. Thank you for hanging out. And I will see you in the next one. Have a good night, Bouncy. I will talk to you later.